Hello again, Dread Mechanic back here for part 3 of my Building a Walking Citadel stream. Let's see, what did we do last time? Last time we built a drone, a new aerial drone that can land, fly and fold up when it comes back down to the landing bay. We were tinkering around with some AI settings to make it take off and come back and auto lock and do all sorts of the things that you'd like an automated drone to do. And more or less got the results that I was looking for. Did a bit more tinkering with it off stream. And I've now made a second one and put it here because one of the benefits I've noticed of using relative waypoints for beacons is if I... Oh, it's going to copy and paste the entire grid, isn't it? Yeah. So if I copy and paste that or place another one into this world with a blueprint or whatever, the GPS locations that I've already recorded onto its AI block, those relative waypoint locations, they stay apparently. They transfer over when you copy and paste or imprint a new blueprint. So all I've had to do when placing this new one in the world is set up its beacons for its docking sequence and its flight sequence. I've just had to set them to this beacon instead. So now it uses the same relative waypoints as that one, it's just applying them to a different beacon. And it seems to work pretty nicely. I haven't had to redo the GPS locations for that one. I literally just copied and pasted it, swapped over the docking... Oh, there he goes. Swapped over the docking GPS location for that one to that beacon, and it seems to work pretty well now. He's still crashes a little bit into that wall with the collision detection, but he's definitely doing better, and he will take off, and hopefully he'll fly off somewhere else in a minute. Sometimes they sit there for a second. The AI gets a little bit confused occasionally. Oh, there it goes. There he goes. And yeah, these guys are doing pretty well. They go off, they fly around, they've got about 20 minutes of flight time, I think. And they come back and they land fairly well. So, my plan for the next bit is to make some autocannon variants to keep on the docking bays at the back. So, we're going to tinker around with that idea. So, we'll drop him into the world. We'll take control of him. We'll turn off his AI so I can make the modifications that I need to. He's got 4 hours of flight time apparently when he's just idling. Yeah, after I've changed these weapons over, literally all I need to do is change. In fact, I can do it right now. The GPS recorder block, all I need to do to make this work the way I want it to is to select the correct beacon. And it's difficult to tell. I think I need to rename these beacons and make the names shorter, because I can't actually tell which beacon that is. I think it's the right one. We will shorten these names down so they are easier to read. Yeah, wing drone beacon, that's a bit much. Well, I'll just use the little abbreviated ID sort of number thing that I've been using for them. Right, is that easier to see in your control panel? Oh god, yeah, that's way easier to see. Right, I can actually see what one I'm looking at now. So we are assigning that to rear left 0, 1, which is that one. So guns. Let's replace the guns. Where did I put my guns? There we go. So I want to make an autocannon variant of this. See you later. Oh good, the spotlight's just about got enough of a connection to stay attached. Very dramatic noises for such a small thing. Oh yes, and these are 1 block longer as well, so that's potentially an issue. But we'll see what happens. Hopefully it doesn't make the wings on that so long that they don't fit on the ramp anymore. That'd suck. So what else did we got? Oh yeah, they came off the side of the gun, didn't they? Yeah, that can just get deleted. We'll build a new one then. What was it? It was a conveyor cap. I do like these little caps, they look quite cool. I just wish they were an actual, like, openable cap. Like, a little flap that you could open to access conveyor ports if you need to, and cover them up if you need to. I really wish the conveyor caps worked like these little panel blocks, except they were empty on the back side, so you could access things. That's just my personal gripe. So, we've got auto cannons, so that can be L01 for now, that can be R01, then we're going to need another set of cameras for the top of the gun. Might even give these guys a paint job to match this building a little bit more. I'm thinking about potentially using this rust colour instead. And having it be all, like, rusty looking, maybe. But we can do all the repainting later on. So that is going to be camera, auto cannon, L01, and that gets to be R01. Yeah, it's still got a little bit of space left. Not much, but... Oh yeah, I also add some little flashing lights to the wings when it takes off. Just because. Right, so I'm going to do the boring bit and rename a whole bunch of stuff. Which is going to be fun. Right, so this is going to be wing drone L01A. Nope, B. It's going to be the B model. So I need to, unfortunately, redo a whole bunch of groups. Because, come on internet, just behave. Play with me a little bit. Give me a sec. Right, hopefully my internet connection has balanced out a little bit. Nope. There goes the signal again. God's sake. Right, bear with me. Right. Hopefully that's a little bit more balanced now. It isn't freaking out like it was before. Right, so what were we doing? We were renaming a whole bunch of stuff, which is boring to do, but needs doing. So, control systems. I know we've done that one. Leg rotors, let's delete that group. So we can delete all these groups, or rename them, delete them all, and then we'll go back through the control blocks, and then we'll be able to see what groups we need to replace. And then the thrusters. Cool. This one is going to be L01B. That is going to be autocannon. L01B. While we're at it, so it's all got the right names. Right, and then we can go through this mech bit by bit and replace and rename. The AI defense block, that one will be fine, because that is just turning the weapons on and off. So we don't need to change anything there. The GPS block, we have already reassigned that, so that's fine. None of these should need any details changing. The ammo sorters, we are going to have to change them. We need it to pull autocannon ammo rather than Gatling ammo. So we'll have that, we'll have that, and we'll have that. And then, oh yeah, I'm going to have to pull a load of ammo out of this thing because it's full of Gatling ammo. I've been testing the rearming system to see if it actually works, and it does seem to work properly right now, so I'll have to redo that. I need to get a script to do all this renaming for me. Ah yes, control turrets. Control relay. That's something we need to change as well, isn't it? Yeah, we need to put the control systems on in there. Turret. That is going to need a new gun and a new camera. So don't need that, don't need that. Do need... Oh, I can't tell which one's which. I'll have to shorten the names on the cameras. So let's call it ATC for autocannon. Make it easier to read the name in the controllers menu. Where were we? L01, there we are. Where are we? There we are. Ah, much better. Left turret, camera, left gun. And then we've got right camera and right gun. Right, that's reset. Ah, right, these are the controllers that we need to look at now. Because we need to replace all those groups we just changed. So, when the battery gets low, we want to turn our AI docking bits. Yeah, we just turn the AI off on that one, don't we? So that goes off, and all the other groups in there, fine. And when the battery is full, it literally just unlocks that, so that doesn't need anything changing, other than the ID tag. Oh, that was ammo low, wasn't it? Battery low is the exact same thing, so I stuck in an extra controller so that if it runs out of battery, it will automatically fly back to base and recharge, and if it runs out of ammo, it will automatically fly back to base and refuel, or rearm. So that's that. Controller docking. What else did we have in here? That's just those two timers, so we don't need to change anything. Landing control has its own timers, so we don't need to change anything there. Weapons on and off has its own timers. Anything in here we need to change? Control systems, when we dock. That needs to turn off. And then everything else is already okay. Why are you landing on my head? Where were we? L01. Dock, that's the one. Right, so that should be good. It's the sound of something crashing. Or that might have just been the sound of that solar drone docking with the other base. I've noticed at a distance, because it's got landing gear on its feet. Every time it lands back on the other base's landing pad, it makes the big, large grid crashing sound. It seems to do that more often when you're farther away. I think it's just a default sound effect thing. Sensor, that does that light, which controls a thing. That's got no groups in it and need changing, so that's alright. Yeah, that's all individual blocks, so that's fine. Launch, what do? You turn control systems back on again. And that was the only group for you. We'll rename that. Rename that. And then the rest of it should be pretty good from there. It should just be renaming bits. I don't think there's much more that needs reprogramming. So that's all good. Right, so then we need to pull the ammo out of this thing. And then we can set up some basic ammo storage on the base for this thing for now, just to make sure everything pulls properly. And yeah, we're nearly at the end. And I am going to have to build the docking controls for the base for that landing pad, but that shouldn't be too hard. I've put most of the docking controls themselves on the mech. All it really needs to do is have some controllers that detect the drone landing and lock it down. The drone itself will handle pretty much everything else. Right, we're nearly at the end of the boring renaming bit. But as boring as it is, it really does make a difference when you've got, like, at the moment there's the base, 2 loading ramps, and then there'll be 4 drones, so that'll be 7 subgrids all connected together at various points, so you'll have a lot of things in the menu. It really does make it a lot easier to see what you're doing when everything is named individually. Because if you've got something going wrong somewhere, and you've got 25 hinges, all just named hinge random number, or light random number, it makes it very difficult to figure out what's going wrong. Right, and these wing lights should be the last of anything that needs renaming. R01, anything? Yeah, cool. Right, that is all those bits renamed then. So that is going to land at that waypoint, hopefully. So we've got the GPS control, that's still got waypoints loaded into it with actions loaded into it. Oh yes. We also need to change that to turn off the thrusters when it gets too low, or when it gets down to the control to the landing pad. Dun, 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 dun. Right, that is hopefully all that we need to do that. Right, so that's this drone. Let's fly him over here and out of the way a little bit. Oh yeah, we also need to rebuild a couple of groups on here. So, roll systems, we'll have that turn on and off, and AI control, we can have that turn on and off. Oh yeah. And also need to do that, or that. Right, so if I turn on his AI movement block, turn on his GPS block, so that should, in theory, take us over to the relative waypoints that are already recorded in it. Nope, it's gotten that far and given up. Why have you given up there? Oh yeah, because precision mode needs to go on. Right, are you going to behave? Are you going to play nice? It's thinking. It's trying to do something. Oh, there he goes. He's coming down. He's turning around. And is he coming in? Is he coming in? Ah, there he goes. And he just needed precision mode turning on. And there you go. So, relative waypoints in AI recorder blocks can carry over from copy and pasting and from spawning in blueprints and stuff. So if you build something with the same configuration and just swap over the beacon, then you don't need to re-record new GPS locations every time. I made one drone, recorded the waypoints into it for that, and I've copied and pasted it and rebuilt it successfully twice now without having to record another set of locations. It's just applying them to that beacon, or whichever beacon. So cool. We've got the basics of a drone that can fly in and do stuff. Oh, why run out of power? Well, I need to go up to the command bridge anyway, because it's time to think about building these controls now. Because we will need one of them for the two back landing pads. So that one is... what? Oh, I'm on the wrong side of the ship. I got myself confused. I need to make some more sort of indication which side is left and right. Yeah, so that one is indeed going to be rear right. We haven't built that drone yet. But we'll get all of the control infrastructure named and in place and ready to go when we do start building it. So basically the base has just got a event controller that detects the landing pad's connector being ready to lock, and when it's ready to lock it automatically locks that connector down, and then the event controller turns itself off. Because as I have mentioned before, if you have a event controller set to detect connections and then set the action of that event controller to lock down the connector it's looking at, it creates a permanent loop of keeping that connector locked down, and no amount of trying to escape will ever let you free. So you have to have that event controller lock the connector and then turn itself off so you can get free again. And then the timer is to turn that event controller back on after 10 seconds or so that the drone has got time to escape. Right, so what do we need to do? We need to build some more of these. So that's the front two I've already done. That's rear left. So it's going to be connector ready to lock. Is that one. Then it's going to look at the wing drone connector on the platform, which will be that one. Rear left is ready to lock. And when it locks down, well, when it's ready to detect something, it locks itself down and turns itself off. Simple as that. So, rear left 01. Here's all of our rear left 01 bits. So we've got wing drone connector, that can lock itself. And then right at the end of the sequence, in case we need to put other things in here later, the very last thing this event controller will do, turn itself off, which is that one. Yes, it's that one, isn't it? So that can turn itself off when it detects something. Yeah, connect rear left 01. Cool. So that is that. We also need to set up this controller as well, because we're going to have... Oh yes, because we need that controller to turn some stuff on and off. when something is locked down to it. What we need to do that one. It needs to be connector connected. Is that one? And that'll be the rear left 0-1 connector. And when it locks down, it will turn off the circle of red lights that are spinning on the platform. Which I've probably not set a group up for yet. No, I haven't, have I? Oh yeah, I've only made 2 groups so far, so there's that one and that one. I need to make a group for this one. That's what we need. Right, so drone dock. Rear left 0-1. When that drone docks, it will turn off those lights and it will turn them back on when it disconnects. And then I think the last thing that I need to do is the dock controller. Oh no, I need to do the reset as well, don't I? Oh no, that is the thing I need to build. So, when the drone disconnects, it's going to turn that connector back on, and turn those lights back off again, and then turn this thing off. Yeah. Oh, hang on, I think I might have missed something. Oh yes. Completely forgot about that. So that turns that on, and then we need to turn back on that timer, and then we need to start it. So it has a 10-second delay before it triggers. And when it does trigger, it is going to turn on that controller again, and then turn off those lights again. And then it turns this timer off. So, unless I have massively screwed some stuff up, that should work. Find out in a second. Right, so let's test our little drone. Where is he? Here he is. Turn those AI controls off again. Turn those thrusters back on again. Get him to fly over here. And turn his AI controls back on. We will put him back onto guard mode. He can move. Doesn't need that. GPS is there. Right, so let's test his battery controls to make sure they work. We're currently at 59%. If we make that 58, when he ticks down to 58, we should see him automatically recall himself back to his landing pad. Hopefully. And there we go. He'll fly over, and in theory he should have ticked over to precision mode, turn collision avoidance off. That way he'll spin around to correct orientation, In he comes, down he goes, deploys his legs, turns off his thrusters, down. Everything turns off. Something's having a hard time. Oh. You've locked down, but you've not turned off your thrusters. What got confused there? Oh, because you've not done anything properly. You've landed and not deployed your wings or done anything. No, I think I know what happened to you. I don't think you took off properly, did you? Or did you? As you can see, there's still a few bugs in here. Still some things I'm trying to work out. Why didn't you deploy properly? You are drone. Yeah, R01A, not so. R01A. Where's your battery controls? I wonder why he didn't deploy properly. Or didn't land correctly. Either way, ignore that for a second. Ooh, is you look? I wonder what happened there. God knows. Anyway, he seems to have landed. He seems to be charging. This one is L01B, isn't it? L01B. Where are you? There you are. Right, so this drone, roll up battery 76%. Let's test that. We'll set it to 78 and see if he takes off correctly. So when the battery gets to 78% full, he'll launch himself. Oh, there he goes. He's disconnected. He's taking off. He's unfurling. And he is just sitting there. What are you doing? Do I need to reset your home beacon? That is switched on. Oh, there he goes. The AI was just having a think about what it was doing. Right, so there you go. He's off. He can fly around. So, the battery controls. Now it can launch properly now, so we'll put that back to 100. And we'll just do that. That'll... Right. Someone's doing mad bollocks. You're having problems again. Have I screwed something up in here? Yeah, every time that lands it makes a huge, huge crashing sound. Right, he's locking down alright. I think I've screwed up some of his controls somewhere. I think he's resetting the wrong thing. Because you were working fine until I built that landing pad over there. So what have I messed up somewhere? I'm looking at the correct connector. Reset rear left. That is looking at the correct connector. That is doing rear left 01. That's fine. I screwed up the reset control. Rear left 01, rear left. Yeah, that's fine. What's going on with that drone then? You, R01A. What's going on with you? You were working fine this morning. Battery low. Rather, let's have a look at your connection controls. When you dock, your dock controls. When you land and when you dock, you engage this. Control systems R01A off. I wonder why he was going screwy. Let's force him to land and see what he does. Battery low. Ah. Something's triggering something. I know what's going on. There's a relay control that's doing something it shouldn't be. Yeah, you can bugger off. Right, who's got the confused relay controls? I might have copied and pasted some things, because I've got relay controls on there to trigger some stuff. The drones send a relay signal to the platform to turn stuff on, and I think that is having a problem. 13, 14. That's 14, isn't it? Yeah, let's have a look inside the relay controls then. Because that's going to be the only way that happens remotely. Relay. That one, what are you doing? you landed fine there. Is it the relay on the drone itself? Oh, right. I know what I'm doing. Where is that signal? Oh yeah, I need to change that as well, don't I? Yeah. You're doing weird stuff. I've screwed something up. What have I screwed up? Back down to 15. Right, so. When the battery gets low, it sends that signal. Right, yeah. I know what's going on. It's copying. It's doing. The two drones are sending the same signal. That's what's going on. You need to do something else. Low battery L01 A L01B. That's the one. For a start, that means L01B battery lights. That needs replacing. That should be set to channel. Well, relay L01B. That one should hopefully be set to channel 15. I think that is what's causing the issue. Find out now. And we force this drone to come back to base. Right. Oh, why are you sending each other signals? What are you doing? What have I screwed up there? Oh, hello, Jack Riggs. Sorry, I didn't see your message there. I'm lost in trying to figure out what's going on here. A bit of clanging. I think it's something to do with the automation I've put into these controls. Trying to work out what I've broken. These two are messing with each other. I'm not quite sure what I've screwed up. That's set to 14. Why are they activating? each other. They don't have the same groups, they don't have the same names. They're all getting pasted back in. Why are you just sitting there, not moving? Because your guard behaviour isn't on, that's why. Oh, right. Do. Stop. Hey, what are you doing? Movement on. AI blocks are all on. What are you doing? He's happy going about his business and doing his thing. Why aren't you? Why are you being a pain in the arse now? Right, AI blocks back on. Movement is on. Guard mode is off. GPS play. This is where you fly forwards, dumbass. What's it doing? Everything's on, you've got all your waypoints, everything is active. You've got your beacon set up. Change beacon, you will change direction, but you will not fly towards it. What are you doing? Off, on. Forwards. Go, dickhead. What's it doing? Yeah, it's still got all the same details. This one was literally working fine 20 minutes ago, and then I started building another drone and he started screwing up, so I'm not sure what's going on with him. And now, he flat out refuses to move forwards even though his thrusters are on. And he has got a GPS location directly in front of him. I can take control. The thrusters work fine. What are you doing, dickhead? What is wrong with you? Is on, collision is off, precision is on. Oh, his speed limit's dropped all the way down, that's why. Something got screwed up with his speed controls, because I've got him slowing himself down when he comes to the landing pad. Right, okay. So that was part of the problem, was it? Right, can we try this again then? AI on, play, are you gonna fly back home? Yes, you are flying back home. And you do not seem to have interrupted that one yet. What happens when you dock? You're behaving? You turn the landing lights on. You come in, you land, you drop, you connect. And this one over here isn't exploding or clanging or doing weird stuff. Okay. Hopefully I've solved that problem. Find out in a second. Bum 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 bum. What was it doing? Battery controls. This wing drone. He is nearly full. Right, he is going to take off in a second. Well, in a couple of minutes. I'm going to put his battery low, back to 15. Back to 15. Right, hopefully. Hopefully that'll work now. Force it to take off. Look at any weird stuff over here. He's still locked down. Let's grab that drone. Take control of him. Climb over here. Put his AI back on. Go to his low battery controls. Set that up here to make that trigger again. Oh, right, I need to change that signal setting because that's not turned any of that on. But it's also not making that explode. Cool, right, so... yeah, who's coming into land? Yeah, okay. Hole on the floor. Right, so I think that has kind of worked. So... something going on with the relays that I needed to fix. Oh yeah, that's what's in there. That needs to be wing drone lights on. Oh, that was me. Pressing that goddamn send signal button. Because it is in the stupidest place. Could have been me just doing that a bunch of times. Really, the biggest update they could possibly make to these relays is put this button down here. For the love of God, please put this button down here. Because this button is currently in the exact same place that the setup actions button is in like every other menu for almost every other block has a setup actions button. And I can't tell you the amount of times I've done stupid things like I just did then by sending the wrong goddamn signal by mistake. Really annoys me. I know, that does want to be 12, I'm changing the wrong thing. But yeah, that button, please swap it over. Right, so, that's what I was trying to do. That button down there. So yeah, I just need that to turn the lights back on the landing pad and not send the goddamn wrong signal again. So that one, window and lights on. Cool. Right. So, in theory, you can land and you can not break this guy. How is he doing? Battery full, 01A. He is doing fine, he is recharging for a few minutes. Oh, there it is. Right, so let's take control of him again, while that one is still on the landing pad. And just check that his controllers are working properly now. Are you coming in? Yep, comes out coming in. Waypoint 2. There he goes, he's landing. He has turned on his landing pad lights. Thank you. In he comes. Down he goes. Drops down. Locks on. Cool. And we're not getting any weird signals conflicting with this guy. Cool. Right, I think that has worked. Oh, sorry. Hello, Raindrop Fury. So, what, you're like creating a Factory for Encounters mod? What's that? I really liked your windows on the bigger base. Oh, cheers, man. I'm just building this for the fun of it, really. I mean, I suppose it could be used as a part of an Encounters mod. Building it for the fun of it, really. That one, all those holes in it, they're not really windows at the moment. That's just the framework from where I was figuring out the shapes. A lot of this will all get filled in, and probably extended out and rebuild to all hell. Those aren't, like I said, those aren't really windows, they're just gaps in the framework right now. Because I will end up doing all sorts of detailed weirdness like this on this thing later on. But for now, I'm just leaving all the big holes in it so I can have a better idea of what spaces I need to fill and what spaces I can use for stuff. Like, if I armoured it all up and made the outside look kind of like how I wanted to now, I would probably get a bit lost trying to do the inside of it. So it's staying open plan for now until I figure out what's going on inside it. Right, so I think we've got a autocannon drone that wants to work nicely now. So, oh yeah, that's what I needed to do. We needed to test to see if he's actually pulling the ammunition properly. So while he's on there, let's pull all stuff out here. Is there anything in there I can grab? No. There we go. Let's get rid of that. Oh, hey, Aja. Oh, the Windows viewport combo. Oh, yeah, cheers, man. Yeah, just, like I said, just filling space at the moment. Trying out ideas. Ooh. And he took off. Right. Let's take control of him for a second. Yeah, so your battery is full. Let's pull that back down to 15, because we know that works. And let's pull all of that Gatling ammo out of him, because he's never going to need it. He's on auto cannons now. This is why I love these caps to be flappy. Because I don't like having exposed conveyor ports because they look crap, but I also want to be able to access them again. Let's pull. There you go. There shouldn't be any more of that in him. He can go about his business for now. And just to test that it is actually going to pull ammunition properly, because I haven't even begun to think about how I'm going to conveyor this thing up. We'll just slap a container on the bottom of there and fill it full of autocannon ammo, so he's got something to play with. We'll do the same on here further now, because I am... yeah, like I said, still haven't thought about a lot of the internal things, like storage and stuff, so these are all just placeholder things. So I know that the landing pads work, and then we'll figure out where the hell we're going to put all the conveyor pipes later. I've started doing a little bit. We've got the landing pad area now, where you get into the ship, and then I've built... well, I've started planning out some staircases to get you up to different floors. We need more lighting, obviously. But yeah, this is the beginning of what is going to be power plant thing, maybe. There's lots of space to use, so none of these placements are permanent yet. It's all just ideas. There's actually a lot of room in here. And then we'll be able to have a bit of access to the landing pads for the drones from underneath. And I'll figure out how I'm going to make all that look nice. And then there's another floor up here, and that's the turning control system for the mech. No idea what I want to use the rest of this floor for. I do need to build a bunch of like crew quarters and a mess hall and things like that. So it's easily big enough to have like lots of stuff. It's not that drone landing. Nope. Who's crashing? Two drones there. Oh. It's you being stupid. Well done. That collision avoidance worked well. If it's even on. I bet it is on and it just doesn't do fuck all half the time, does it? Movement, collision avoidance, on. Yeah, you didn't see the... Need to figure out those controls a little bit better. But, hey-ho. Right, I think he will work properly now. He seems to have been working properly. So, let's make our last autocannon drone. Let's control him. Turn his shit off. And we can fly him over here. And he is eventually going to live on that. That pad down there. Right, so you're going to live on that one, so that's going to be the rear right pad, so you get to be R01B. So we need to do a bunch of renaming on this guy. again, it should be as simple as what's that you're saying? Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't see messages there. Yeah, it's better to walk than to fly. Gets you more feeling toward the build. Yeah, if you try and just like jump into things too quickly, you can get a bit lost in the build. I tend to leave my stuff looking really skeletal until I figured out where all the bits and pieces are going to go. Camera LCD plugin. Oh, does it? Camera LCD. Oh, is that a plugin rather than a mod? Because I've never really played with any plugins for this game. Got plenty of mods, but no plugins. But if it worked alright in single player, I might have to have a look into that. So what was that doing? Just like project like camera images onto LCD screens. Is it like an actual clear image, or is it like a pixelated image, or what? Right, anyway. What we need to do is we need to start renaming this bugger. Which is a bit boring and long-winded, but and rebuilding the whole thing from scratch. Yeah, it's a plugin, is it? Oh, right. Yeah, I'll have to have a look at that. Like I said, I've never really used plugins for this game, or many games, to be honest. Yeah, I'll have to have a look at that at some point then. Images top. Oh, is it? Oh, so it's actually like a good picture image. Oh. That would be quite interesting then. Although if I want to share something like that, like publish it on Steam, I suppose I'd have to add a link into the plugin as well, because that's not going to get carried over with a Steam blueprint, is it? Right, so that can get deleted. Oh god, every time. Like that. Do that. I'll just go through the little boring bit of renaming all these. But once it's done, we should have 4 little drones that like to fly around and do their own thing. That can go. Because we've got the lift controls working now. It really annoys me that you can click on something, highlight it, drag around, and then if you accidentally release the mouse button over one of these toggles, it will do stuff. Really irritating. I just copied the wrong thing. There we go. Right, that can go there. Delete. Save that. Delete that. What's that you're saying, Brian Thory? Just thought you might need a real control room with LCD for cameras. It's definitely an idea to consider. At the moment I'm on a bit of a vanilla kick, trying to just do things as vanilla as possible with tools we've got in game. But thank you for mentioning it, because I have genuinely been looking for some kind of camera mod script type thing to do exactly that. With some of my mech cockpit designs, yeah, they're enclosed cockpits, so I have to use a camera to be able to see what I'm doing. But if I could get a display screen inside the cockpit that could see out, that'd be brilliant. In fact, I might end up adding that plugin to my overly elaborate Tachcoma design that I've been building on for a long time, because that's got so many mods in it to get all the little bits and pieces in to make it as functional as a real Tachcoma should be. So yeah, add a plugin into it. Won't really make much of a difference. It's already got about 25 mods in there. So yeah, cheers, man. I will definitely have a look at that because I'm genuinely thinking of going to add that to my Tachikoma design. Right, we need to rename all of this stuff bit by bit by bit. 01B, yeah, we already named that. Cool, right. GPS. That we will try and remember to do all these as we go bit by bit so we don't miss anything. So when it gets to the landing pad, it needs to turn those thrusters off. The guard unit before the main beacon. The GPS needs to now follow that waypoint, that beacon instead. Guard didn't do anything, move didn't need anything changing, a fence doesn't need anything changing. Ammo sorters are already set up because we just copied and pasted it from the other one, so we don't need to change that. All of these will be set up again because it's just a straight copy and paste. Battery low lights, battery full lights, cameras, fine. So, once we've got these drones sorted, that's pretty much it for the little... Well, that's it for these drones. Now, the other things I'd like to do is I'd like to try and incorporate some more of the drop pod lifts for some of my miniature mech walkers. I'm debating whether or not I'd be able to get some of my drone mech walkers in there as well as the manual controlled ones. Right, so that won't need anything changing because that's just having stuff renamed, so that one's fine. This one, when ammo is low, it turns off the patrol AI stuff, and that's the little problem child we had earlier. We need to change that. That's what was causing issues with the other mech, I think. So that, I think, needs to be 16. I've got 11 and 12 for the two landing pads, 13 and 14, 15. Yeah, this one's 16. Signal 16. Dock. Yeah, again, I need to make a chart somewhere with a list of all the different relay signals. Because relay signals, the signal relays, that's the name. Those blocks are really cool, and you can do lots of fun automated remote control stuff with them. You just have to remember what signals you're using. Like for the first base that I built, the smaller boat-looking one, that's using almost 10 different signals. So I've had to set them as from signal 1 to 10. I'm having to remember, for this one I'm using 11 through 20 for now. So that should be that. That should activate the lights down there that are already on, but I need to set up that relay down there as well. That's literally just turning that on and off, that's fine, so we just need to rename that block. Battery low, same thing. AI controls off so that we can activate the GPS stuff. That needs battery lights. Swapping over. And that needs to be set to channel 16. Type dock in there, even though we're never going to see that. Anything in here we need to change? No, because that just triggers timers. Landing just triggers timers as well. Weapons on and off just does timers. Alright, this docking timer. When it docks, we want the control systems to all turn off. And that's all fail-safes for the wings and legs. That's all fine. That just needs renaming. Rename some spikes. The gyro. Oh! And it looks like the thing docked while I was doing some stuff. Oh no, I've just run out of power actually. It's kicked me out, that's what's happened, because it's still sitting there in front of me. So the sensor triggers that light, which is controlled by a event controller. Landing sensors are all good, there's no groups in there. We need swapping, that's fine. Launch. And when you launch, you need to turn your control systems back on again. All of that should be fine. Right, that can get swapped. That can get swapped. Those are just the names of some blocks, so none of them matter too much. You've got the camera connected, sound. Right, we have nearly set up this last little wing drone thing. Right, we're down to the thrusters, so we're nearly there. And hopefully, if I've set his relays up properly, we won't get the same issues we had earlier. Just need to go and double check some things, and then we can set up the docking controls for him, and then that should be all 4 of these things done. And then we'll rename these. We're almost at an hour and a half, so I'll rename this. I'll get this thing working, so we can dock and launch and do all that kind of jazz, and then I will go and grab myself another cup of tea. And then I'll come back for some more. So, yeah, like I was saying, thinking about making some drop pods underneath for the walkers. I just need to figure out how I'm going to do it, because the walkers are considerably taller than a player, and the little drop pods already built are not much taller than a player, so we might have to come up with an interesting way of doing the mech drop pod. And the idea I've got is like a weird little frame. Block renaming mod. I'm not opposed to block renaming mods. I will definitely have to go and look for that. If you've got a link for it, please drop it either in the comments or in the chat, and then I can go and find it myself. A bit easier, but yeah, if there's a block renaming mod, that would be brilliant. Because I find naming things very, very, very important and very, very helpful. Right, so that's all of those bits. I think. Let's just check we haven't missed anything. Weapons on and off. Oh, yeah. That's something I haven't done. And something I need to do with the other one. Oh, cool. If you've got a link for it, that'd be absolutely brilliant, man. Thank you very much. So, lights, camera, action. We need to turn them on. Lights, cameras. Oop. Action. That's something we missed on the other one. We need to turn the weapons on and off. Otherwise it won't do no shooting. Right, off and cannon off and off. Anything else I've missed? Any other timers? Thrusters? Landing, launch. Yes, it should be. Yeah, there really should be an easy way of renaming stuff. There's lots of little quality of life improvements I could think of off the top of my head. Right, so that's all looking pretty good. So, I need to go back over here anyway and recharge. I'll jump into my ridiculous control seat for a minute. Drone dock. There's some controls we'll need to set up. So, drone dock, that is going to be connected. It's going to look at the wing drone RR01 connector. There we go. And when that is connected, it. Oh yeah, we need to. Did we make a group for those? No, we didn't. So we didn't. Drone dock lights, rear right 01. So we'll make a group for those lights. So when this docks, it will turn off those lights, and when it undocks, it will turn them back on again. Oh, what's that, AJ? You'll never get tired of watching the seats come down and the screens extend. Cheers, man. Yeah, it is quite satisfying, isn't it? I quite like it myself. Because again, now we've got event blocks, we can get away with doing a lot of weird subgrid control seat stuff now. Vanilla, because before the event controllers, if you stuck a control seat on a subgrid, you wouldn't have there wasn't a lot of things you could really do in terms of controlling a grid. Yeah, now we can do that. And we've got a variety of thrusters at varying strengths. Yeah, you can do some creative stuff now with subgrid control seats. So what else do we need to put on that? We need to put on the reset control, wasn't it? Yeah, so it turns on and starts the reset block. Rear right 01. So that one, when it disconnects, it will turn that block on and it will start it. Rear right connector, so that needs to be connector ready to lock, and that will be that back right one again. And when that connects, it just needs to lock down that connector and turn itself off. Rear right 01 connector, wing drone, there we go. So that can lock down. And rear right 01 connect. That controller can turn itself off. And that way we avoid the infinite docking loop. Right, so that's set up like that. That's set up like that. The reset timer. Now we'll look at one of the other ones. Double check. That turns the controller back on and turns the docking lights off and turns off the timer. Right, 0, 1. So we want to turn that controller back on. We want to turn those lights back off. And then we want this timer to turn itself off. So it can't be triggered again. Accidentally. Right, let's go and see if that all works. Where is our drone? Here he is. Pretty shaded back here, so we should see. Let's turn these lights off. Right, so the idea is that when it comes into dock, it sends a signal to this relay. What's the point? Let's check the relay. Yeah, it is signal 16. Wrong panel. Relay. Let's have a look at the other ones. So when that receives a signal, it wants to turn those lights on. So we get a visual indicator that something is coming into land. And when it connects up again, it'll turn those lights off. So, let's grab this drone, climb over here, stick some of those groups back on. What will we have? Control systems. That one can be an on-off switch. That one can be an on-off switch. That should all be good. Oh yeah, I know about shifting K, man. Just trying to do all sorts of different things with it sometimes. I'm a bit scatterbrained occasionally, so I'll get distracted. So, right, AI can go back on. Let's set up the AI, make sure it's all working correctly. So, guard mode, move mode, main beacon. I've still got control. Oh, that's why. Right, that's on. That's moving. That's following some stuff. Battery is getting pretty low because we've been floating there for a while. So if we put that on 41, it should, in a few seconds, tick over. There we go. He's spinning around. His move block has activated precision mode. When he gets close enough, he should deactivate collision. Hopefully. Should eventually find his location. There he is, moving to waypoint 2. Collision mode should turn off. There we go, collision mode is turned off. We have reduced down to 15. When it gets closer, it should go down to 5. There we go, we are landed. We are not docked, not connected automatically. So I forget. Drone, M-base, connect, that's one, ready to lock, RR01, this is indeed RR01, is the thing switched off, connect RR01, it is switched off. Oh, there we go, it is now connected and turned itself back off again. Cool, okie doke. So, we now have 01B, battery low, that one. Put that back to 15. That is on 100, so theoretically, when he gets to 100, he will launch himself. Where are the other drones? So we've got Gatling drone there, we've got an autocannon drone there. We've got one drone down here recharging himself. And then we've got the new one over here charging up. Hopefully, they're all going to work nicely. Oh yeah, I redesigned the antenna a bit as well on the top. I decided to do a spinning thing like the other one. I thought, because it's massive, I'd use the big antenna dishes. Yeah, right. I'm going to go and grab a cup of tea, so I'll be back in a couple of minutes. Don't go anywhere. That is our new drone down there, so hopefully he will take off and not crash and smeg himself up and happily float around with the other drones filling the area. So I'll be back in 5 minutes and we will try and figure out what we're going to do about these mech drop pod things. So, see you in a minute. Right, hello again. I'm back. Has he moved? No, still sitting there. He's still charging. Oh, 0, 1, B. Battery. Oh yeah. He's still charging. 4 minutes. Okay. Why are those lights on? Oh, because we got a drone down. Did somebody crash while I was away getting a cup of tea? Yes, you did. You crashed. Well, you dropped out the sky. And you were nowhere near. And then you'd have plummeted. I wonder what happened there then. Well, let's give you a helping hand for now, while we figure out what happened there. Oh yeah, battery's on 0. There we go. Did you collide with another drone or something? Right. There we go. Ah, hello, Raindrop Fury. Right, yeah, well, there's still a few bugs I need to work out with them, but they're mostly flying about and doing their own thing pretty well. Ah, he's taken off again. Off he goes. Cool, I'm like 95%. Why is there a giant piston head there? Oh, because I was messing around with some ideas yesterday. Yeah, so I'm like 95% happy with these drones right now. They're mostly doing what I want them to do. So, yeah. Oh, let's think about mech stuff then. Bum ba bum 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 bum. This base has run out of power. Yeah. Yeah, that's the only problem with this base. As cool as it is, it does need a constant, pretty much constant source of input. Power-wise, otherwise it all just dies horribly. Everything is deactivated now, isn't it? If I stick a bunch of ice in it, it's going to be too low power to do anything, isn't it? It did something. Oh, there you go. That brought some stuff to life. Ah, there you go. There's enough power with the solar panels to... Oh, you know what? Actually... Ah! I didn't mean to go down there. No, you know what? That's enough for now. Because I just want to be able to access the drones on the back. Or the mechs back. That's the lift. That's the... Is that button not working? Oh, because I changed the buttons, that's why. I changed the buttons and never got around to... swapping the controls over. I think it's that. Nope. What have I done? I should jump in there. There we go. Need to figure out what buttons I've changed. Right, so at least the docking controls. Some of the docking controls are still working. Oh, what have I changed here? Dock relay, channel 1. There we go. Right, there's obviously some controls in there that I need to fix. Right, so... I am sort of halfway between the two. I usually play in survival mode with creative tools on and damage turned off. That way I get the benefit of everything. Because if you build purely in creative, fuel, power, ammunition, all that kind of stuff means nothing. You can place guns in creative mode. I could, for instance, slap a missile launcher on the side of this leg and then start firing them, and it would just start pumping out missiles, regardless of whether it's got any ammo or even a conveyor connection. And I've found if you build in creative mode like that, especially on this scale, you can make simple mistakes like broken conveyor connection or something like that, and you won't notice until you try and play with it in a survival game or a non-creative game. And the same thing applies to power and batteries and stuff like that. Batteries, reactors, power, none of that means anything in creative, so you get absolutely no frame of reference for how much power your things that you make are actually going to need in a proper game. So that's why I use creative tools in survival instead, because you still get to see how everything responds properly in a real game, but you also get the freedom to place blocks willy-nilly, which is why I occasionally need to go and recharge and get a bit of power, or I need to turn things back on. Yes, you can. You absolutely can. I'm in survival mode. I'm in creative tools. There's a block. I have got the line tool on. And if I want, I can change it to the plane tool. But I don't like using the plane tools because they're a bit big. Options, game. I'm pretty damn sure I can still build in plane mode. Like so. Yep. There you go, plane mode. Survival mode, creative tools on, plane mode. But I very rarely like building with plane mode, because that has screwed me up a few times in the past. I prefer to just have the line tool on. Makes it easier for my purposes, because I tend to build structures of things rather than wanting to do great big lines of stuff. But yeah, you absolutely can. So, the idea I had was, well, the half an idea I've got brewing in my head. I'll give it a try, man. It should be fine. I mean, I've not got any special, amazing, different version of Space Engineers or any crazy mods running. I'm literally playing an almost vanilla game. So yeah, just have a look at your have a look at your game settings again. You might have just clicked on the wrong thing, or it might have something might have changed since last you checked. But yeah, it does work, as far as I can tell. You just saw me do it. Right, so we've got these drop lifts. These work pretty well, unless something horrible has broken since last time. Occasionally Space Engineers likes to let me do stuff, and then the next time I load the game in, decides that that doesn't work anymore. But yeah, we've got these AI-controlled drop lifts that work pretty much on the same kind of idea as the drones dropping into their landing pads. And these can be deployed and recalled from either inside the pod or outside the pod, and they can operate remotely. And then they fly up, and they've got a little docking clamp thing to catch them and straighten them out a bit, and then they'll lock in and they'll nip, and then when they come to the top, the loading ramp deploys again. So the idea is I want to try and build something like that. Oh, because you played a lot of pirated SE. Ah, yeah, well, pirated copies of things will occasionally not have features that work properly. So yeah, the idea is I want to build something like that for the mech drones, but as you can see, the drones themselves, well, the mech walkers are about the same size as that pod anyway, so I'm not really going to be able to retrofit this pod to pick up a mech and take it up. I think I'm going to have to build Oh, you've got the Steam version of it now. Yeah. Yeah, I'll play it on Steam as well. I do still have the Xbox version, but I've not played on my Xbox for a couple of years now. Right, so I want something like this, but for the mechs. Now, this bay here is going to be the stairwell. I have to try and use this one here. Which end's the front? Right at the back. Really need to make something to distinguish the front end of this thing from the back end. Right, so let's do the mech bays here then. And try and design them the same as these bays that are already in place. It's going to be a pair of gates. Where are they? There they are. Nope, that's doors. There's gates. Around have I got it? And that way. Yeah, so we'll do it like that. Around have I done them? Hard to tell from down there. Ah, right. There we go. Yeah, so I have something like that. So that's going to be the space that we're going to pass through. I want to make something that's about the size of that. Get a drone through it, because the drones are easily skinny enough to pass through that door, and they are possibly skinny enough potentially have 2 drones at once, maybe? Potentially, yeah, got the room to do something stupid like that. Hello, Brad. The only problem with laying those things down is they're not very good at getting back up again from a lying down position. So if I was going to do that, I'd need to automate a way to stand him back up. But the idea I've got in my head is something like a little frame in the middle that's like a standalone, like little rocket booster type thing that can just fly straight up and down, that 2 mechs could clip onto the back of. But first things first, I need to build at least this bit. Because the way I've got this built here, that is almost bang in the centre. Almost. So, for a start, that's a thing. I'm gonna have to do this differently. Because the drop pods, they are entirely battery powered. They only need that connector, so they've got something to lock down to. And for the power transfer, with the mech drones, they are conveyed because they have ammo storage, and I'm also going to swap all the batteries for a reactor, so they've got a little bit more power in them. So they are going to need to be able to be conveyor connected, and I have done these with regular old rotors. I need to name at some point. So I'm going to have to do this with advanced rotors, or a hinge, depending on how we want to go about it. Ultimately, I need to try and get a small grid connection about in the middle of this doorway. And with a bit of screwing around and a bit of fiddling, we can do that. We just need to have a quick think about what we're going to do first. Yeah, advanced rotors is probably going to be the answer. That's almost certainly going to be the answer. Annoyingly, these things are 2 blocks tall. Really frustrating when you're trying to do centered things. I'd really like a version of these doors that were 3 blocks long. That'd be nice. Right, so we plonk that there. We could have an advanced rotor about there for now. We'll have to try out a couple of different ideas, but we'll see what we can get away with. And we can bung a small head on there. Do that, and we can do that hinge and that hinge. And if I go to 45 degrees and 45 degrees, that is pretty central, but that is quite low down. So, yeah, hang on, let's have a look at that. middle of that is off-center by a block. What about 55? No, God's sake, wrong button. And the centre of that is still off-centre by a little bit. What if we go all the way to 90 and 90? What is that like, distance-wise? Centre of that is slightly over. Right, come back a bit then. Let's try the wrong one. Let's try 80. Might end up being around 70, I think. Oh, hello, tiny cat. Yeah, let's try that. Well done, cat. Let's try 70. Still, no, we're off center in the other direction. And it must be around 60 then. Must have got too excited and gone too far too quickly. Yeah, that's pretty much in the centre. Right, so that's like that there. Might end up building that a block higher, because this is going to be the factory area anyway, and I could probably convey that. That's going to be the floor level, so we could probably have something plugged into that, because I want the extra height, because that at the minimum is going to need some kind of conveyor connection on the end, and then it's either going to be that or a big one or a little connector, and I think I'm going to try and go for that. So then that would only leave us with like 9 or 10 blocks of space to actually build something. And the mech itself is 12 blocks tall, so that wouldn't be enough space. Yeah. Well, that's one idea. What about? Oh no. No. Because I can't do it like that, can I? I can add another small head. Yeah, so we need to put it off a block further into the ceiling. Or we could try doing it with the small hinges. See what that looks like. Do it like that for now. What do we need? Small hinge. Oh, in fact, actually, if we built that way, we could put a hinge there, and that'll get us closer to the middle. It's two like that. Wouldn't be enough distance, I don't think, to get it centered. One block from there is too far, and one block from there. Oops. One block from there is not far enough. So we would need at least one extra block in there. Yeah, one extra block in there. Have that for now. And now we could have a hinge there. And we can still potentially move this whole thing up to the ceiling a bit. Let's make that 60 and 60 again. The distances are slightly shorter, so the angles might be slightly different. There we are. Right. That's still in the middle. Let's go a little bit further, actually. Oh, God's sake. That was the wrong button, wasn't it? Ugh, now there's a subgrid in my way. Way around, was it? Oh, for... Come on, stop being stupid. Right, there we go. The distances have changed a little bit. But that's pretty central for now, so that'll do for the moment. So that gives us what? Oh yeah, we need at least a connector on the end of that. That'll give us 13 blocks of space. We'll see if we can get away with that. Oh, sorry, Ranger, I didn't see your messages there. You can add small rotorheads to large grid rotor. Yeah. Yeah, no, I can. I just like to have the slightly more stable connection for when I'm conveying stuff where I can help it. Right, so let's try something like that in theory. So we'll lock that off for the minute. And we'll put a couple of placeholders in, because we're going to have a connector there and a connector there. And that's where the thing is going to separate from each other. What's that? You put a hinge down from the side, and then a block to another hinge. I could do. To be honest, like I said, if I've not got enough room, I'm just going to move the whole thing up another block. I'm going to see what it's like there for now. So that would be that. That would connect to there. And then we would need a central conveyor network. I want to build it out of this rust colour. So we would need at least a connection there. Right, let's build a line of them. Grab one of my mech blueprints. Let's see what that looks like next to it. How much space are we playing with? So that'd easily have its feet up above the door. Let's just close the door and see what that looks like. The only thing is, I think I might need to build a grabbing piston into it like I did with the other one, so I'm probably going to have to move it up a bit. But with the door closed, like that, can't really see properly. Door closed like that, I'd have about enough room there or there. Probably there is probably a better idea. It's a bit lower. So that would be, what, 3 blocks down from there? Let's just bosh a little connector on there for a second. So 3 blocks down would be about there. And that looks like the feet will sit in that well quite nicely. Yeah, okay. The only question is, how far out would it stick? Would it actually be inside the door? Hard to tell. I think it would be. Just about. Let's just spawn one of them in. Take these armor plates off the back for a minute, because that is making it difficult to tell. There we go. Right. Nothing. Where have I gone? Gone too high. There we are. So yeah, something like that. It might end up having to be 1 mech per bay actually. That's a little bit close. It is quite close. Oh, it will also be off-center a bit because these have got even symmetry rather than odd symmetry. Yeah, I might have to restrict it to 1 mech per bay. It means I'm going to have to design it slightly differently. Because I don't think I'm going to comfortably squeeze 2 of them in there. That is a bit close for my liking. That is liable to catch the feet. And that's as far back as he can go. Yeah, we'll do it one per bay, I think. 2 is going to be just too much of a tight squeeze. And it's going to need a fair bit of stuff to be able to get it off the ground and lift all that weight. Right, alright. Yeah, the yellow does help, Rainbow Fury. I tend to do that with like placeholder stuff, is just like make a bright colour and just stick some blocks in, and then I'll come back to it and go, oh yeah, that needs replacing. It also reminds me that those bits are getting cut out, and then I can build the rest of it off that, and then just chop them off and stick some connectors in. It's pretty much how I designed the drop pods. Right, so... yeah, I think... Right, well, I'm not going to try and get that in the centre like that. Let's lop that off again. Ooh, that balanced very well, didn't it? You can just go. Well, we want to try and centralise this then. Or we can have it land about there and have the drop pod thing fit into this space and connect up to there. Then it can grab onto that. So if we do it like that, then I'm not massively worried about making it central. I could make a jump pack for the mech. Potentially. I have experimented with making jump pack versions of these mechs, but they drain a lot of power, and to get enough thrust on them to make them usable, it's an idea I've been tinkering with. But I want to have, for this one specifically, I want to have deployable drop pods. Because I can make jump packs for them, and that'd be the easy way around it. I like creating design challenges for myself, and then trying to figure out how to achieve them. So you know what? We'll go with the old engineering solution of keep it simple, stupid. So yeah, we'll try and just do one mech per bay, because we're going to need a decent amount of lift to get us in and out of there. Before I even start, I am going to do the same thing I've done here. Because originally, these landing pods just had a connector up here. But the GPS markers seemed to get... well, they seemed to be lazy. They'd fly up, and then they'd stop about 2 meters directly below their actual target, and wouldn't make it the last couple of feet, so they could lock in. So I ended up having to build an arm that could come down and grab it. So its GPS marker is actually about here, but it would only ever fly to about here. So now that grabs the mech, grabs the pod and pulls it up the last few feet. But also setting it up with this kind of configuration seems to help straighten it out. Because it's never going to land perfectly flat every time. It's going to land on some wonky terrain. So I'm going to build a docking clamp for this mech first. As you can see, we're coming up on a bit of an angle, and then it pushes into there and kind of straightens it out. Whereas before, when it was just the docking clamp, when it was just a connector, these things would end up like pointing in towards the walls and being on really, really horrible angles. So the docking clamp thing seems to have helped with that. So we'll do the same thing with these mech pods, hopefully. There we go, that comes up. That pushes into there and helps to straighten it out a bit. And that way it doesn't end up on a completely horrific angle. So, we can pull that all the way up there for a bit. And, oh, lights. Yeah, I do need to build more lights down here. I need to figure out exactly what I'm going to do with them. Just got some basic work lights down here for the moment. We have that. There. And then that can have one of them on the end. Oh, settle down, it's a small grid block. I don't know why it makes such a dramatic sound. So then that could lock onto there. Yeah. And then that would need... take that out for a second. So then, that would be the connector for the rest of the pod. And then we can build the conveyor connections off that. So it needs to come down at least that, maybe that. I want that to be slightly higher. So we could... the whole thing can be battery powered, so it doesn't need to convey any of that. It just needs a conveyor connection that can get into the mech. Oh yeah, but I'm going to need space for that. How high are we there? Right, so if I came down another block maybe. Reactors. Oh, I've got plenty of reactors. I do need to put a reactor on him eventually, because I want him to be able to convey a little bit of uranium into him. This connector is there. That's about a block lower, which would pick us up a little bit off there. And then that could have a conveyor connection. Oh yeah, but we are off, because we've got an off-center design. We should probably accommodate for that rather than trying to force it into the middle. So that means we'll be too close on one side. Yeah, then we can design all of the arms like that. That would have it somewhat in the middle-ish. I can't be bothered trying to set up a thing to off-center it one block that way. That's just too much faffing. Yeah, so that could be like that. Let's stick... can we? Will it let me? One of them in there. Will you let me? Oh, well, that wasn't the right button, was it? No, that... yeah. Right, let's copy him again, so I pressed the wrong smegging button. Where are we? Ah. There we are, right. No, you won't. That door's in the way. Let's open that. Yeah, still not gonna let me paste that onto it. Oh, right, yeah, because of that at the top. I'll take that out. Oh, yeah, let me put that on there. No. No, you won't. Take that out. Take that out. No, it's not going to give me crap about trying to paste that on. Oh, there you go. Right, so the theory is it's going to be about that high. Now I need to try and put those doors back in and it won't let me, will it? Oh, there we go. Cool. Right, so that and that. Gives us a little bit of clearance from the floor. Those seem to be able to open and close without scrubbing the feet. Cool, so that could theoretically hang there like that. And that is all... Oop, not quite in line with the door. That looks like it might be. Oh, I've run out of power now. Let's go, in fact. Where's a seat? Let's just plop a seat there for a minute. And we'll charge off that. Yeah, jump stand, pretty much. That's the idea. I want it to be like a little, like, frame thing that can grab onto the mech. Drop it down, and then the mech can detach from it, and it can fly back up. And then the mech will be on the floor, and then hopefully I can figure out a way of making it deploy and recall and all that remotely. So that's a bit close, isn't it? How much gap have we got there? 3 block gap from the foot there, and that's not even a 1 block gap, is it? Yeah, it's barely a 1 block gap. So, we could actually move that over a block and have the connector there. That could just be the connector. Let's take that off. Let's change that back. That's the way it was. Move him out of the way. Large grid blocks are so dramatic. They always make the most dramatic noises they can. That can, in theory, go back on there. take them back out for a second. Oh, for God's sake, it's the wrong place. Bye bye. There you go. I'll just get rid of that. Right, so that could go there. For God's sake, I've done it wrong, I've done it wrong, I've done it wrong. That is going to be a connector, but for now I need to build it off-center. So I can figure some stuff out. Right, yeah, so that's how it's going to be. So there will eventually be a connector in there, connected to that. Right, you can go again. Ow, cat, claws. Tiny claws in my leg. Where's that gate gone? There it is. Right, we'll rebuild that for the millionth time. Because it'll happily let me place that with a subgrid in the way, but it won't let me place that with the door in the way. Because space engineers. And I bet it's just going to be the same problem this side now, isn't it? Oh, just look at it properly. Look at that one. There we go. Yeah, so that's about 2 blocks from there. That's slightly over 2 blocks from there. A little bit more in line with the door. I could probably actually tweak the arms a little bit so that they rest a little bit lower, maybe. Right, that's where we start. Right. Space Engineers is better with age. Yes, it has. It has gotten a lot better over the years. I've not been playing it since the beginning, like some people have. I've only been playing it for like maybe 5-6 years or something, but I've noticed a vast improvement in the game myself over the last couple of years. Yeah, we'll try that. I reckon that's probably going to clip a little bit. Build it like that. I've got a mod that can make hinge and rotor connections across two grid blocks and put them in the centre, but try not to use mods on this one, so that can stay where it is. So what was the other side of that? It was a triangle. And oh yeah, and one of those shapes. Yeah, that's the one. Yeah, too many mechs and confined space. There we go, a connection. That's going to be that connection. Right, so now I have to figure out what the hell we're actually going to do with this thing. How it's actually going to work, because the mech is set up to be able to walk backwards, so I can reverse into that connector no problem. That's easy enough. Designing something that can... oh yeah, we can't really do much with the other side of that clamp yet either. Do that afterwards. That's got enough clearance for there. Hey, so, what are we going to do? What are we going to do? How are we going to do this? We've got all of this space to work with, and it needs Preferably I want it to have some kind of landing legs so it can sit on the floor comfortably while the mech tries to clip in.
We're off then, Fury.
Ah, no worries, man. Cheers, dude. Right, so we're gonna need thrusters, we're gonna need... power. We need some kind of structure, so let's just stick with the same vibe I've been going with everything else. And build some stuff using these things. Not with a framework at the back of it now. Yeah, that wasn't not too bad. That just about fits inside. And these have got about a block of space around the edge. And they work pretty well. Yeah, and then there's going to be the other end of that clamp in there. Leave that gap so there's a bit of clearance. You can use the ends of all of these for some kind of down thrust. Reminds me, over here. That on there. And let's also drop those limits to 0. So that rotor can't go anywhere. Because the second I try and put any thrusters on that, it's going to start doing mad stuff. So I don't want to do that quite yet. That's got plenty of space either side. So what can we do? Let's... take that forward. And let's also put some mirror mode on there. And that could be the mounting spot for a bunch of thrusters. I don't know exactly how many I'm going to need for this. And I really like these little fan thrusters. I like the look of them, so I need to spin that the other way around. I really like it if we could get a few more variants of these fan thrusters and have their own little section of them. I'd like it, so then... what's that? Oh, that's a drone plummeting out of the air. You missed. What have you missed? Are you trying to land? You screwed something up. Yeah, you were trying to land. Because your battery is low. Yeah, you were getting confused by that. There's still some tweaking I need to do with these drones, but they're mostly working. There you go. You can charge up. I'll fix you later. How are the other ones getting on? You're flying. There's one lockdown. Oh. Well, that's disappointing. Oh, it might be because the sun's gone down. And you are relying on those solar panels a little bit. Ah, fell through a hole in the floor again. Yeah, we might have to do a bit of redesigning. All the actual control systems work pretty well, but there's still a few bugs, AI related. There you go. You charge up. Let's turn the sun back on so we can all see what's going on. Right, back to what we were doing. Not the sound of somebody crashing. Yep. What are you doing? Like just you crashing and being stupid. Oh, I wish the collision avoidance worked slightly better. Hopefully in Space Engineers 2 that'll be improved. Right, so before things started going haywire, so the idea I've got is, yeah, I know you'll start freaking out in a second. Have a bunch of lift thrusters like that. Potentially, anyway. Let's put a programmable block on there so that I can turn them off. I also wanted to have some kind of landing legs so it can land on the floor, so I might actually have to design legs first and think about thrusters later. Yeah. Because, let's take that out. I need this thing to be able to stand up on its own when it comes down to ground level. So that'll fit inside there. And then we could... what else could we do? Like some legs that can fold up and retract, so I'm going to end up using some pistons. Much like the legs on the solar drone, wherever he is. There he is. Something like that that can retract and land on the floor. Yeah, so I could probably get away with getting a hinge, a small hinge, on the outside of all of these. Turn mirror mode off, because hinges don't work very well with mirror mode. It does not mirror them. It puts them opposite ways around, rather than being mirrored properly. Which way round is it? There we go, that all hinges pointing the same direction. Yes, it is. So, if I bung a piston on the end of there, drop it for now all the way down, and extend that piston. How far does it reach? Reaches a reasonable way down. It is about 2 blocks, slightly over because it's a piston. But I actually want it to sit on a bit of an angle, so it's got a bit more support rather than pointing straight down. So we'll pitch that out a bit. So that was at 70. That'd be, yeah, still about that. So I reckon if I stick a wheel on the end of that, let's go with a regular small wheel. That ends up being slightly lower. Means we could pitch that out further. That'd be a bit more supported. Yeah, okay. And then that could reverse all the way up. And then that hinge could reverse all the way up. And then that sits there. Might end up actually repositioning those wheels. So let's try. Drop that off. Let's have it. Yeah, sure. Facing in and out. So we've got that facing in. That's probably going to scrub on there. Or might cause issues. I know the ends of the wheels don't actually scrub, but I want to have a bit of clearance. Yeah. Okay. Let's call that leg hinge rear left 01 for now. And we'll give it a little bit of braking torque. And we'll also make it a bit quicker. Doesn't need to have that much power in it, I don't think. Yeah, maybe 12 RPM, a little bit quick. It'll just cause the jiggling. And that can just deploy as it comes down, nice and slowly, and that way it doesn't jiggle. Because a lot of the jiggling you'll find in subgrids is caused by a combination, at least in my experience, of the hinge or rotor, whatever it is, pushing too quickly and having too much torque on it. And you'll end up with a hinge kind of fight to stay in whatever the angle it is, and it'll be flicking past that point as it's trying to apply too much force, and it overshoots itself and then causes that weird little jiggle. At least that's my theory anyway. It also helps having shear inertia tensor on various grids. I'll pull that back to 12 now. It's probably going to jiggle when it gets to the bottom. Oh no, there you go, it's better now because it has the shear inertia tensor on, I think. Is that probably what's helping that? Yeah, having the shear inertia tensor on that second part of the grid really does help with juggling. If you're building with subgrid chains, leave it off the first one, but you'll have to experiment with all the subsequent subgrids that are connected. Well, that should be alright now. So we'll call that that. That can move at 12 RPM without too much horrible jiggle. Yeah, cool. So that can be that leg hinge. That can fold up like so. We can call this leg piston, rear left 01. Don't really need to change an awful lot about that. Cool, I think this idea might possibly work, because we could potentially... it might be a bit close. We could potentially just put a little row of thrusters in here either side, away from the legs, and then have all the control stuff in the centre, because we won't need an awful lot. The biggest thing is we need battery power for the thrusters, and we need to work out how much thrust we actually need, because I can slap 1,000,000 thrusters on it and it'll lift it super efficiently, but it could end up using a ridiculous amount of power. That can be rear right, that can be front right. I just called that front left again. Front right. There we go. Rear, front right, front left, rear left. Cool. I'm stuck on the wheel. Right, let's stick some more pistons on here. And we'll also need to remember to turn off all of the suspensions, because we don't actually need the power. And suspensions, if I remember correctly, draw 2 kilowatts of power just while they're sitting there idle, doing nothing. So they use quite a lot of power for no good reason if we're not actually going to drive this thing. So I have to remember to turn that off. Oh no, that one there. Yes, shush. So that'll be the basic frame of it. That can land on the floor. We can clip onto it. Those bits can fold up into the... up there, hopefully. Cool, so let's copy and paste some more details. That piston. Nope, that's the wrong button. That can be front left. That gets to be rear right. And that gets to be front right. Oop. Let's have a quick look at these suspensions. Where are they? It'll be... Nope, there's the drones. Ah, it'll be those ones. The ones that aren't named yet. There we go. What should we call this thing? I'm going to need to come up with a code name. An ID number for it. Hello, tiny cat. Have you wedged yourself in wherever you can? Sweet. What should we call it? Call it Walker Dock for now. until I think of a better code name, or better ID tag. So that is rear right. 01A, it's the first one we're building. We're going to end up doing 4 ultimately. So we'll have A, B, C and D. That's front left and that one is rear left. Right, we can sort something out. Don't need steering or propulsion or brake or any of that. Don't need any power. We'll put it on 50% strength, so it's got a little bit of bounce. Don't need any speed limit. We've got 50% friction, so it grips the floor nicely. And we'll have it like that, so it sticks far away out. As you can see, it uses 8 kilowatts of power. It's just sitting there doing nothing. So we'll turn that off. Because the only thing we need out of these is, realistically, just the wheels. Right, so that can be the basic framework for that. And then we need to get stuff in the middle. We also need a beacon on this platform, because we're going to have this thing fly up to a relative beacon on here. So let's plop one of them down. We'll have one of the nice pretty new ones. For now we'll just call it Mech Dock Bacon? Mech Dock Beacon? L01 for now. So we're working on the left hand side. Right, so that'll be that. And then, like these platforms, they're going to need a whole bunch of controls to do stuff, and they'll pretty much need the same stuff with maybe a few added features. So we're going to need a movement block, a flight block, a remote control, so we can control it ourselves in case of smeg ups. It's going to need a gyro. It's going to need 2 record blocks, so we've got our 2 locations. And then everything else is just for turning stuff on and off and making things respond to other stimuli. So, let's build some controls into this thing. Don't think we're going to need more than 1 gyro, so I think I'll just stick it there. Oh, hey Brad. Mech Operations Vehicle. Ooh! I do like that actually. I think I will use that. Thank you very much. Because I like to have like 3 or 4 letter like little abbreviations in the control panels for stuff. It makes it easy to find things, but Mech Operations Vehicle, I do like that. Oh, his legs are doing weird stuff. I'm sure I fixed you. There you go. Settle down now. Right, well there's obviously still some bugs in the solar drone. His legs still do weird stuff. But yeah, move. I also like that as a sort of abbreviation. As a little acronym. So yeah, I think I might nick that. Thank you very much, Brad. Right. So we've got gyro to make it move. We will... What in God's name was that noise? Oh, everybody's having a party down here, are we? Yeah, there's still some issues with having it just follow. Just having guard mode on wander when idle. Nope, you've run out of power. Right, that's why you were over there. Yeah. It also doesn't help I've built them into a little alcove, so occasionally they try and fly through. And the collision detection is moody at best. So I might have to take the wander when idle feature off them, or maybe adjust their minimum altitude when they're in the air, so that they fly above these walls at all times. And they keep being a pain in the arse, so just turn them all off for a bit. Right, where are we? Where are we? We're up here. There we go. Right. Stupid drones distracting me from what I was trying to do. Right, so we've got gyro. We would also need a remote control block and a move block, or flight block, whatever way you want to call it. Still winds me up that red and green are the wrong way round. Why is red left? Red is never left. Red is right. And then I would need... I want to put the recorder blocks there, so I need a connection point. So let's do something. Can we do something like that? Yeah, we have a little row of them at the top, like a weird little rib cage thing, and that can also act as a connection point for the pair of record blocks that we need, which also need to face the correct direction. I'm going to have one for docking and one for launching. Much like these ones, I've got one for docking and one for launching. Maybe turn some of those signals off. Well, I'll do that later. Right, so let me just check on that. That's there, and that's folded up. Oh yeah, there's plenty of room for that. That should be alright. Hopefully. If not, we can have it point out on a little bit of an angle. Doesn't need to go all the way up, it just needs to get inside that door. Right, so that is the absolute basics of what that needs. That's got control, power, dumbass. We are probably going to need quite a few thrusters to get this thing to move. Let's bung one big battery underneath it for now. Because then I could have... where can I put thrusters? I could potentially have the side thrusters here. Yeah, it might be taking the piss a bit having thrusters there. Oh yeah, that might be a bit... Yeah, that's gonna lift. That's gonna lift. That will lift. And that will lift. It comes into dock. It will all go like that. And we need some thrusters. Thrusting away somewhere. We can't really go much further than that. Either side there. Oh, actually, let's try. Stick with these little fans, because I like them. Don't think we're going to need a silly amount to get this thing up and down. Yeah. Settle down. There you go. That's obviously enough to make the grid move, so... that can be our lift, potentially, and that'll be clear of the legs. But we need just a little bit of directional thrust. To make it fly back and forth. Oh, actually, let's take them out. We don't need a lot. We just need enough to keep it stable. So that can be left and right, and we just need a little bit of forward and backward, and a little bit down. Now, forward and backward's a bit of an issue. Or, we've got a decent amount of space. So we could potentially have the thrusters pointing in towards each other, rather than pointing out and burning stuff. So that's a decent gap, and these don't have that long of a flame. Or, it's not really a flame. And then a single down thruster, because it just needs to be able to move up and down a little bit. But not loads. These unfortunately don't have a connection in the middle, but they do on the very ends. So, oops. There we go. Now we can have something like that there, and breable it in a little bit so it doesn't look completely crap, maybe. Something like that. So we've got left, right, front and back, a bit of down, and lots of up. And do a quick save. Lock that off. Grab all those thrusters. Turn that all on. Nope, I don't think it's quite enough to keep the map afloat. Nope, needs more down thrust. I'm now going to just float away. Yeah. Settle down. Hundreds. Like hundreds. Those ones. Reverse. Leg pistons. Reverse. Right. So... Oh, you idiot. That's why that side's not long enough, because I've put the wrong becking wheels on that side. I put the short ones on instead of the standard ones. Fool. Yep. Grabbed the wrong ones. Wondered why it was not quite reaching. There we go. That's the ones I wanted. So, that one. And that one. There we go. Right. Let's reverse that. Let's reverse that. There we go. Right, that is nice and balanced. And we turn these back on. There we go. Right, so that is not nearly enough up thrust. Do what that needs to do. So, we need to try and... Oh dear. Well, I am probably just going to have to swap them for different thrusters. Because we haven't got a great deal of space to work in here. And I think the large grid fans, or the larger fan blocks, are going to be too big. So, we'll just have to swap that for some different thrusters. So let's chuck what happens if I just stick one of them either side? There's one of them and one of them. It's a little bit better, but still not quite enough. And the little fan thrusters aren't quite doing enough to stop us going back and forth. Oh, that's also because I'm connected to that, so that's probably not helping either. Let's turn off my mech's control systems. There we go. Right, that'll stop interfering now. Oh yes, thank you for reminding me about that, Brad, because I also need to, now that we're disconnected, I can swap that over to that, and I need to build the little male end of the receiver, and I need to repair that bit as well. Oh, I also need to put that block back in the correct position. I also need to get the right block. Bloody auto dampeners, stop it. Right, yeah, so I need to build that end of that clamp to tack onto there, which is that shape. I've experimented with a few shapes, and this one so far has had the best result of working as like a little docking clamp to straighten this thing out a bit. So it's just 2 triangles and some half pieces. Ah, right, that's why I was drifting away. Yeah. It's not got enough thrust. Stop it. Off and off. Right. So, let's finish this docking clamp section. Because that is space we need to reserve. Because I want to try and keep this bit clear. Why have I not turned that back on? So yeah, that'll be the little docking clamp section. So we've got all of this room to play with if need be. So how much is the whole thing weigh now? 30 tons. Yeah, that is quite a lot compared to that, which weighs 24, so it's not too far off. That's got oh yeah, because that's got 3, 6, 12 vertical fans to lift that. And that's currently, what, 6. Yeah, so this weighs more. Substantially more. Right, so let's have a rethink. Let's do the whole thing with those kinds of thrusters. There we go, that's lifting now. Thrusters, flat arrows, 1, 3, 2, yeah. Off, please. Thank you. Right, I should also disconnect that as well. Turn your control system back on. There we go. We can step away from that, and we can reverse back into it when we need to. Right, so that. Where is it? Connector. That needs a connector. So that we can then reverse back into position, connect back on. And that's pretty much how that's going to work. And then this thing, you can theoretically then fly. So let's rename all these thrusters real quick to make our life a little bit simpler. I'm going to call it move, like Brad suggested, because I actually quite like that. And then we'll call that thruster, and we'll just rename everything that. should make playing around with these thrusters a little bit more straightforward. Because again, this is kind of related to part of the issue of making jump packs for these mechs. They're already quite chunky by themselves, and adding enough thrusters on them to get them to fly around, you end up having to put like 6 thrusters on the back of them, and trying to make 6 2x1 block thrusters look good in a confined space. It just didn't look great. Right, so is that all of our thrusters then? Cool. Let's take all of them. Make a group for it. Oh, everything is switched on. Oh yes, it's also going to need an antenna so that we can actually connect to the damn thing. So, what can I do about an antenna? For now, I'm just going to shove one under there. I hope the new update comes with some new small grid antennas, or at least one. That we could really do with a new small grid antenna that actually looks cool. Because they're a bit outdated now, I feel. Right, so... Right. Whoever that is, I am taking Wander When Idle off your controls. There you are. Right. Come here, you're being stupid. And the simplest way to solve this problem right now is to just go into your guard controls and take that off. You should just sit at the furthest range possible and follow that beacon around in a circle, if anything. You gonna do that? I'm just gonna sit there. Right, behave yourself. Look, a drone that's doing it properly. You're doing it alright. You're coming in. You slow down. You drop in. Yeah, you're behaving nicely. Good for you. Right, at least that one did what it was supposed to. Ow, that's me crashing that time. And again. Right. So, this will be that one. There we go. That's enough to do. That's because I've got a massive subgrid dangling off it. But it's got enough thrust to get up and down. And it can move about. Just about. Oh, right. Oh yeah, I'm gonna have to move those thrusters though, aren't I? I should just be able to stick them there. See how well that works. Can we get away with doing that? What's that like? Yeah, it does overpower a little bit. Oh yeah, it also doesn't help that that is switched on. That will be switched off, so that shouldn't be drawing any power. That will turn on and off. There we go. Oh, that's giving me a weird power reading now. Let's do the old copy and paste. There we go. Ooh, that's still... doing that. Oh, because those batteries are still on, aren't they? Because there'll be some things on here that are going to do strange things over there. What have we got? That's all the walk controls. Battery low. AI low. On a weird angle. Alright, control systems are off. You drop down. Let's put that control on there for a second. Right. So that can move and fly about. Just about. Turn them on. Doesn't need to move very far. It just needs to be able to stay in line. Yeah, let's name them as well. Then we can make a group for the pistons. So we need to make a controller that controls the legs and makes them drop up, move up and down when we drop in and out. So they would need to reverse, and we've got all those leg hinges, haven't we? We would reverse up like so. What's doing that clanging? Where's that coming from? What's making that sound? Is there anything sparking? Oh, it's coming from that connector. Really? Let's expect that. What if I connect from there? Ooh, it doesn't like that, does it? It's interesting.
that sparking coming from? Looks like it's coming from the leg hinges. Yeah, the leg hinges. Didn't like being that high up. I also don't think they like having a thruster directly behind them. Or that. Oh. Is that being caused by those thrusters? Almost certainly. Hmm? Something was not happy. Oh dear. Is it going to hinges, and hinges get moody with backing thrusters? Oh, that also doesn't help. Those thrusters need changing. Right, well... those groups on the toolbar. Not those ones. Reverse. And I didn't even make a group for the leg hinges, did I? No, I didn't. Leg hinges. Not that on there. Right. Let's just stop it. Right, thrusters, you're all going off. Don't know why you insist on trying to tip sideways. But sure, I just turned all those thrusters off. Whatever. Right. Clangy, clangy, clangy legs. In that case, let's try putting the side thrusters up here in this space. Pull that in. That'll get removed and replaced later on. Let's do 5 aside. See what that's like. Actually, that might be too much. No, we'll just go with 3 for now. Do change these.
that is potentially going to scorch, but we'll see what happens. In fact, take that out. Give that a try. Right, small grid. Thrusters. Let's add all of these into the group as well. Alright, everything's off, everything's on. There's a little bit of clanging. Does consume quite a bit of power. Oh yeah, it's got extra thrusters though, it doesn't need any more. Let's take that out, and let's take that out, and let's see how well it flies with 4. So I don't need it to be the most agile, amazing thing in the world, I just need it to get off the ground. Oh, it does need a bit more down thrust than that though. Yeah. Right, so maybe it does need those thrusters. Tree is going to die in a second as well. Dun, 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 dun. In that case, well, I might move that to the middle of there, so that's tucked away a bit. Apparently I'm not allowed to do that. Really? No connection point for that in there? Honestly. Well, that's stupid. Oh, right, that'll be why. God, I disconnected the whole thing. Because it needs a connection point here, and that was the connection point on that thruster. Damn. Oh, and that can't connect there because of the way it's shaped. Right, we'll do that then. And then can I do that? And then can I have a... There we go, a little thruster in the centre. That can come out because it's just going to get in the way. Then we can go back to that and then have another one of them there for now. And then we can put them back there, hopefully. Yes, thank you. Those can come out. Right, let's try and make you Don't give me control, please. Oh. And the battery is dead. Because it uses quite a little chunk of power, doesn't it? Well, in that case, I might have to actually conveyor this thing up and give it a little bit of a little reactor. And we take that out of there. That can come off. Put that in there. And we can take that out of there. Replace it with a T-block. And potentially give it a little reactor here. That way it can convey power into itself. Because we are going to have a uranium source on the main base. Stop floating away, please. Right. Uranium ingots. I'll just put 20 of them in there for now. Because it is mostly going to recharge off the main base. So we take control of that. Add those thrusters back in, turn them off. Battery. Is still under heavy load. Oh, because the drone is trying to, the mech's trying to charge off it, isn't it? That would be why. So we've got batteries on the mech. Turn them off. Right, there we go. Yeah, it was the mech draining the launcher's power. I might need to readjust some of the mech's controls, because otherwise it's going to drain the launcher out. But I can do that at some point. I'll put some controls in. Right, so let's name some of the stuff on this little thing. It's going to start getting real confusing soon. We did. We went with that, didn't we? So AI units movement. So that's what makes sense to me. Right, I'll have launch and dock. AI unit launch. AI unit dock. We'll sort the antenna out in a minute. That can just be another thruster. I'll have to rename a whole bunch of these again. Yeah, a whole bunch of them need renaming. Really do need to have a look at that renaming mod. Make life a lot easier. Right, that's the gyro. Those are the leg pistons. Those are some of the other thrusters. That's all the stuff on the other mech. That is suspension. Front right 01. That is rear right 01. They need to be set up like the others, so we'll take all that off. No power, 50% strength. Don't need any of that. Cool. Remote block. Oh look, more thrusters. Need renaming. A mech connector. Dock connector. Small reactor. Battery. And let's rename them. That's about it for renaming stuff, I think. Right, so make sure all these thrusters are in this group properly. Yes, they are. So let's turn that on. It turned on. That battery not even got enough power to get off the floor yet. They recharge in 3 hours. Why no up thrust? Okay, there we go. It's stupid. Right. So that's using quite a bit of power. Even with the extra little reactor. Okie doke. Let's chuck that battery recharge on there so I can see what it's doing. On 1%. We recharged in 3 hours at its current rate, and it doesn't quite put out enough power. Max output 4 megawatts. Thrusters. So it should be enough. And again, I don't believe everything that tells me. But then you account for all the other things like gyros, that'll be what it is. Right, so a single battery isn't quite enough power for the thrust it needs to get off the floor. But we could easily squeeze in a couple more batteries. That's not a problem. Yeah, those thrusters are close enough to dust though. That's really annoying. Oop, there went the power again. Right, I'll turn that off then. Okay. Yeah, that drained that out pretty damn quickly, didn't it? I don't think there's a better place to put those thrusters, though. No, they won't dust things. I might have to live with that. Right, it is going to definitely need more battery power, though. We also need... I'm going to need space for control as well. Bum, 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 bum. Maybe squeeze in another set of batteries there for now. That little bit might be what we need, because I need to put in some event controllers and stuff. I could also build a bit down here as well, underneath the battery. And I have got that space as well, and a bit of space in there. So there's a few more places we could put stuff. Yes, that has helped a little bit, but... Might end up putting another reactor in it, maybe. So it's got a little bit of extra power, but I'm going to leave that on charge for a minute. Because that's about 4 hours. I'll probably go for like another hour on this to see if I can get this thing working, but I'm just going to take a quick little break and go and get myself another cup of tea and pop the loo, and hopefully come back and get this thing working. I'm just going to sit up there sulking because you're the one that keeps crashing. Yeah, right. I will be back in 5 minutes, so don't go anywhere. I'll see you very soon. We'll try and get this mech jump pack thing working if possible. Right. Hello. We're back again. Where are we? On the roof. How are the drones doing? He's landed. Locked down. Alright, charging properly. Sound. Right, where were we? This thing. Getting this thing to work. I have had a slightly different idea I'd like to try. Just want to see what it's like putting one of the large fan thrusters on the bottom of this. How does that work? Not nearly enough by itself. That does free us up a bit of space up here. So, if I do that, and put some of the little ones on underneath, what's that like? It's enough to make it move and run away from me, apparently. Enough to just about get it off the floor. Add them back in. There we go. Right, turn that on. Yeah, it's still not quite enough though. It's still come down a bit heavy. Bum, 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 bum. What if actually? What if we just slapped? Oh, then it becomes a weight issue, doesn't it? Add another battery under there. It's then got way more power. Way more charge. Potentially doesn't need them. And then we've got more output as well as more charge, so we can then hopefully sustain more thrusters. This can get all of its charge off the base. So once we've got that sorted out, we could potentially have lots of little ones like that, maybe, to get us up off the floor. Us space engineers being... Oh! I just removed the connection point for them. Fun. Off, please. Right. Okay. Bum, bum, bum. Oh, yeah, that's why. Took the batteries out. Let's put that back then. Where was it? It was that. Oh yeah. That was going to go in the middle. Hopefully, it might let me paste that back in. You let me be lazy? Of course you won't. Of course you won't. Why would you? Oh. That's not connected, that's fine. There we go. Right, apparently that wasn't connected to the back of the vent. Right, so let's see what this one flies like. Thrusters on. Alright, that's got way more power. That can fly considerably better. That does dust off the mech, but it shouldn't really be doing too much of that. It's mostly just going to be flying straight up and straight down. Okay. I like that better. Like a big weird tower thing. Right, so we have all this down thrust. Down here, it gives me much more room to play with. Because there's still a lot of control blocks that we need to put in. For instance, we are going to need... Oh, what are we going to need? We are going to need event controllers. For a start. There's my drop pod. Let's get rid of that trash. So, the drop pod has got one for the battery, one to turn the whole thing on and off, which is what makes it move up and down. In fact, let's just go into the control panel. Have a look at what controllers we've got. So we've got 5 of them. Battery low. That one automatically recalls the dock when it needs to. That is the switch on and off, and that does all of the things. Stay like that. That is what triggers part of it when the platforms were cracked. So I'm not going to need that one. That is for the connector, and that is what is going to turn all the things on the little docking thing itself on and off. That we will need one of them. To make the ramp go up and down, to make the landing legs go up and down. It's the old design. Right, so we're gonna need a roller for the landing legs. controller for the... we're going to need potentially 2. Potentially. So now we will just worry about the one that's going to clamp us on. Take that off. The one that's going to connect us to the base. So, controller, docking. Right. In fact, let's also name this thing. What were we going to call it? Was it Mobile Operations Vehicle? Mark 1. There we go. Who's crashing and doing stupid things? Right. Mobile operations vehicle. Oh, it's all saying small grid. Why is there come up with that before? Yeah. Stay powered off. Oh, there we go. Mobile operations vehicle. Oh, you want to name small grid? Oh, you are. Just call you Mac Walker for now, so you don't come up with the wrong name. I can't remember what you were supposed to be called. There we go. Let's put your batteries on recharge for now. No, they're also switched off, aren't they? Oh yeah, they are switched off. So that doesn't really matter. Thrusters are off. Yeah, most of the things that need to be off are off. Right, so... oh, for God's sakes, that's connected, that's taken priority, hasn't it? Remote control on here. Main remote control. Right, so that's using about just under 90% power, that's fine. That's all it really needs. So... controller, landing legs. That can be set to altitude when it gets to less than 10 meters for now. It will reset the velocity on that. increase, and increase, and extend the pistons. And the other way around, it will retract the pistons, reset, decrease, and decrease velocity, and hopefully when we fly up and down, there we go, those legs can retract and deploy. That can kind of work like that. But these leg hinges, I don't want them going all the way back to 90 because I can hear them clanging. So let's make them go back as far as minus 85 instead. Let's see what that's like. In fact, let's lock ourselves onto there. Yeah, I might make that higher than 15. Higher than 10. Might do 15 instead. And make the pistons move a bit quicker, potentially. They're currently going at half meter a second. Oh yeah, that's much nicer. Oh. That's making clanging noises though. Ah, yeah, it's because of the speed of the hinges, isn't it? Pistons. They don't like moving that quick. Clangy, clangy. Take that off. Put it back to 1. Oop, that's worse. That back on. We increase the power a little bit. Does that make it even worse? Yeah, it's still clanging. Don't like that noise. What if we slow that down a little bit? Is it to do with the angle of the hinges? What if we make them... No, it's definitely something to do. That doesn't help that I've got my lights on. I'm trying to see sparks in the darkness. Might even just be because it's hinges. Hinges get notoriously moody on moving subgrids. I think it's the hinges rather than the pistons that are being the problem. Increase their strength a bit. Does that make any difference? No. I think I might need to try and change them to rotors somehow. The air inertia tensor on all of them creates all kinds of physics problems. So that ain't the answer. We'll make that 6 instead. That would need to change. Take that out. Take that out. And the battery is gone. Really? Okay. Yeah, that's just drained out, hasn't it? Right, while we test it, we might need to put some temporary reactors on it. Just to get enough power to do things for a moment. Yeah, it's worked. Enough for now. That's enough for now. Yeah, it's to do with the velocity of those hinges. They don't like moving at high speed. I will make the pistons much quicker. Nope, nope, I was definitely still doing some clang. If I just put them back to their default. Oh, the battery power went again. Let's put some more in there. Just have it set to move quite slowly. Even then, that would be possibly a bit too slow for that. Don't want it to drop in too quickly, that could cause serious problems. That's not launching quick enough. Bloody hinges. It's always you, isn't it? So I put that back in again. That's going to clang again, isn't it? And there we go. Huh? No, that seems to be a bit more reasonable. Okay, I might have found the right balance then. Cool. Right, well, that's been 4.5 hours. I'm going to leave that there for now. We will come back to this and hopefully get it working. Well, for now, we've got a whole bunch of drones that can fly about. There's one. There's... Where are they all? One's recharging. One's flying about. Another one's flying about. And another one's up there flying about. Cool, so yeah, I'm going to leave this one here for now. So that's been 4.5 hours of screwing around with more ideas. But thank you for watching, thank you for chatting. And next time we'll do a bit more work on that jump pack thing for the mech. And try and make an automated mech loading bay that will hopefully function as well as this little drop pod does. So that we can automatically get our mechs in and out. Like so. So, like I said, cheers for watching, cheers for chatting. I'll see you next time for some more stupid stuff, and goodbye for now. Cheers, guys.